Should be fun. Mm. All right. Hey, Tim. Hey, Austin. How's it going? Happy Sunday to you guys. What are you guys doing? What you guys been up to today? Man, I've been sleeping all day, to be honest. I've been catching up on some much needed sleep, dude. I stay up way too late during the week and pay the price on the weekends. I try to be productive, but dude, I crash. When I really have nothing to do and I got nothing on my mind, my brain just goes to sleep when it needs to. All right, I just woke up from a little nap. So it might be a little groggy, but we're okay because we got Miss Kitty here. Miss Kitty Miss Kitty Lady here with us. And so it is going to be a good day. We got a Hot Pocket about to come out of the oven. Not Hot Pocket, a pot pie about to come out of the oven. So it's going to be a good day, boys. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome back into my stream. Let me know what you guys are working on and projects you guys are going on. Let me know you guys' progress. Do your daily check-in. How are your projects going? How is your studying going? What has been going on? Let me know. I'm going to turn down my microphone a little bit because my VODs were kind of loud on the mic. So let me know if you guys like it a little bit louder, a little bit quieter now that I have it set a little bit quieter than it was before. But we should be, yep, we're started on the Twitch here. We should be go. Happy Sunday to everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day so far. Stream's looking kind of crisp today for some reason. I don't know. Am I tripping? Looking clean. All right. Welcome back in. I hope you guys had. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. I was here with my girlfriend. It was. Ooh, my pot pie is done. Hold on one second. Let me grab my pot pie. Whoa, that's just me. Hey, that's just me. All right. I just cracked the oven, so let that cool down for a little bit. All right, you guys. So, all right. So, before we get too deep into the script, so today, welcome into the stream. If you're here, thank you so much for being here. If you could leave a like on the stream, I'd really appreciate you guys so much. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and also get some tunes going. Let's get some tunes. No. All right. Let's get into the stream today. Welcome. Okay, so today we are going to be trying to figure out some back-end stuff here. Back-end boys, pause. Tim, we're the back end boys. We love that back end, don't we, Tim? I gotta wait for Tim's response on that one before we move on. Mike really can't cook anything. But Tim, chill out, bro. Tim. Yo, what's going on, Aurora Sword? Aurora Sword, welcome back, dude. It's awesome to have you here. We need you to help contribute to this project. I can't do it alone. I can do it alone, but it'll take me forever. All right, it's content, boys. It's content. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. It's Sunday, so hoping we can get some code done. Maybe we can watch some videos while we code like we did on Friday. If you guys weren't here Friday night, I threw on some stand-up by the Prime Gen and Casey and TJ and all them. I like watching their stand-ups. I think they're funny and pretty informative too. I like their experience. I'm learning from what they talk about, even though I don't really know what they talk about a lot of the time. I threw that on while we were coding on Friday, and it was fun to have that in the background, but it was pretty late. I coded it at it was like 12 midnight, so a lot of people weren't here. It was a pretty dead stream. But I hope you guys are having a good Sunday. I hopped on a little bit early here so we can get started. But yeah, more of a front-end guy personally, if you know what I mean, bro. Tim, you're right. You gotta grow up. You gotta grow up, man. The maturity will take you to you'll become the back end. You'll prefer the back end. We're gonna talk about programming here, right? Okay. So welcome into the stream, you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Like I said. So right now we are building kind of like a web scraper tool to be able to kind of sync up our main site, which will be birdyroseclothes.com, with our listing site, or our site where we're currently offering items to be sold, which is on Depop. So, and then I can also, have it sync up like automatically via like sales within like a centralized database or something like that too, which would be really awesome. And I can have it be completely automated, so all my girlfriend and I really have to do is just post items to this Depop and market, and it's kind of transitioning this to like a full kind of tech company almost. Tech bro, let's go. Tech bros over here, Tim. Tech bros over here. Tech company. Catch us up on the next YC pitch round, yeah. Oh my gosh. But I need to try to fix. So right now, if I run this script, I'll show you guys what's going down. Downtown Freddy Brown. So actually yesterday I did do some coding even though I didn't stream. So sorry I didn't stream yesterday. It was the one day a week my girlfriend was in town. She's away for work very often in a different area, and she was here yesterday. And we went to a concert, and so because of that, I just spent that time with her and enjoyed the concert and had a good time. But I did do some coding while we were watching some shows, like in between some episodes and stuff. And when I got bored of watching TV, I opened the laptop, and while I was editing and chopping up some videos, uploading some stuff to YouTube, I did upload some watch-alongs for the MIT course we're taking right now, 6002. So make sure to check those out if you're wanting to take the course alongside kind of a friend, peer-to-peer kind of watch-along. But anywho, yeah, so we are currently scraping the web, and I did write in this. I had my girlfriend, my lady friend, go into the first 6 items on our page and actually provide an item number here. I had her add the item number into the description. And I generated, and if you remember from our last stream, I wrote this script last stream, which was pretty cool as well, which was the generate item number. So I wrote this script to generate us a random item number. I also wrote some safety to have it be saved to disk, and to those item numbers be opened and generated to make sure we're not having duplicates and cross-referenced against. So it's not the greatest thing in the world because we are referencing off disk and having to load things in on each run, but we're not going to be running this web scraper like over and over and over again. It's more of like a every day, every couple of hours at the maximum kind of thing to sync up the site, and if we get some real traffic, right? So but it's definitely not going to be something that is like constantly going, because we don't want to stress out Depop. We want to be ethical with it, and we're only getting our data. We're not scraping anybody else's, so we want to make sure we're following some rules and being smart about things. But so I generated 6 item numbers that we have here onto our disk, which is used item numbers txt. So these are 6 item numbers, and these correspond. I had my girlfriend put these into the description of the items on the Depop. So as you can see, FUH486 is one of these, and that happens to be number 6 right there. So boom, cool. And so what I also wrote into the script is that, right, when we take it the description, so here's the description. I imported regular expression. I really like regular expression. I don't know, I've just naturally kind of gravitated towards patterns, regular expression. I call me crazy, dude, but cryptography has become more and more interesting to me as of lately, not in the forms of cryptocurrency, because I don't know. I've done actually some solid research into it, and I understand quite a bit, you know, especially now that I kind of know more about programming too, and I don't know. But I do like cryptography and stuff, like, you know, codes and, you know, and things like that. It really kind of sparked my interest as well. Like a light bulb kind of is scratching my brain and whatever. But anyways, beside the point. I have some regular expression I wrote in here, which is to go over the description and to parse through it to match and search for this pattern. And as you can see, this pattern will correlate to kind of like a universal system within the business model of having the descriptions obtain this. Now, I was kind of doing some additional brainstorming. Well, let me first kind of finish my thought here. So what happens is that we parse through and we gather the description, and then we go through the description and we even parse through even further through the description, and we gather out the item number. And then if we get one, we get it, and if we don't, we pass on that URL. If it doesn't have an item number, I don't want us to take it because it's not in the right format, and I don't want items with none item number because that's what we're comparing equality to, right? Is based on this anchor point via the item number. So now I was doing some thinking. Now this works. This does work. I did test it. We'll run it right here while I go grab my pot pie. Let me go grab my pot pie while you guys watch the script run here. So watch the terminal and you'll see the first 6 items run here. Oh boy. Watch the terminal here. All right, got my pot pie here. Let me also grab a little drink. Sorry, guys. It's Sunday. All right. All right. Cool. Let's grub. Let's grub here. So did you guys see what happened? We saw the script. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bye. Yeah. So, right, we gather out all the item numbers, so it does work, which is pretty cool. Pretty happy with that so far. So, where do we go from here? Well, as you can see, you might have noticed some issues. You might have, if you were really paying attention, you might have noticed some potential problems. I don't want to spill that. You really, if you were paying attention, you might have noticed some potential bottlenecks with the program. Well, right now, it's just really freaking slow. It's just really slow, right? For those 6 items, like we had to open up each one by one. And so if we really want to ramp this business up and post items, we're going to be posting upwards like 5, probably 10,000 items onto this Depop page. And to do that, it's just gonna suck. So we need to come up with some solutions here. We need to be a good back-end developer, right? We need to really back-end this up, back it up. And we need to think of some solutions to how we can speed this up, okay? I was doing some thinking. Like I always do. Never stop thinking. I was doing some thinking, and what if we just see, I think Depop gives us more information than we might be realizing. So this is the Depop page, okay? Right now, there's only a few images loaded to the screen. What you can see, it's kind of lazily loaded. It's hot. We gotta wait for this to cool down. I'm not burning my tongue. It ain't worth it. So if we go to the network tab, now I'm a little bit. If I show my whatever, if I show something I'm not supposed to, let me know. Somebody, let me know. And I'm sorry. I just really am unknowledgeable. If I show something I'm not supposed to in some of these tabs, let me know. I don't know. I'm not a front end guy. I'm trying to figure this stuff out. And I'm streaming. I'm trying to be honest and genuine for you guys to learn. So let me know if I'm showing something I'm not supposed to be showing. But if we look here at what let me refresh. Boom. Right off the jump, this is what we get. So we get a lot of information here. Let's just try to see what we get here. Because maybe we can make this a lot easier on ourselves. Like maybe we don't need to be digging so deep. Pause. I'm trying to figure out like some metadata. So here's some metadata here. So like, can we like, obviously they have like an API that they're using or an endpoint to get these JSON requests. Can we try to tap in there? You know what I mean? Obviously, there's an endpoint that they're getting these requests from. No, there's no public API. So let's think. Sorry, pot pie, guys. I ain't doing no weird stuff down here. Let's do some like research. Let me, let's say grabbing backend points from requests to get web page data. I'm performing the same web scraping pattern that I just learned from Post. However, I'm unable to scrape so they're using beautiful soup here. Anybody have any ideas? Man, I hate to go to the AI, but it's just so much easier. These, like, Google search just sucks for getting the answers you want. The site uses an internal API for data. Page response. Like, I'd hate to have to, like, redo, like, our playwright stuff. Once you have the product URLs, you still need to load the playwright page. Or the page in playwright. So, like, that's what I'm trying to avoid, I think. That's our goal here. Is how can we avoid having to loop...
This is morning code.
Hey, Blankers. How can we avoid...
Slow says BC scraping the HTML with something like BS4 would be faster.
Okay, so maybe let's just, like, try to rewrite, like, an attempt here. Like, we did, like, yeah, it does suck that we have to, you know, but let's, I don't know, like, I just don't really, honestly, I just don't really understand front ends, this stuff that much, so I'm trying to figure it out here in front of you guys. I'm just being honest. I'm just trying to figure it out, and by the way, let me know if be honest with me, if I'm showing something that's like could be malicious or I'm not supposed to be showing, please let me know. Like, I'm trying to be genuine and learn in front of you guys, so I'm not all the way there with this kind of stuff yet. So let me know if I am, being showing something I'm not supposed to. The only reason it looks like you need playwright is to scroll to the bottom of the page to load all the product URLs. Yeah, that was the thing, right? That's what we're using playwright for, is to do that. But what is all this script data here? Like static Depop chunks main JS. These are just scripts that they have here. Metadata pertaining to the site. So we have a user here. Here's a content user. This is obviously like the user. Here's our content number, maybe. So if we ping their backend request with this value, will we get all of our information? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Can we tap into their thing, their endpoint? What do you guys think? Okay, because here. Yeah, loading lazy. And we have an alternate image when you hover, right? Yeah, so these are what you're seeing right now.
Slow says, can you clear the network activity? Then scroll to load more products and see what rec responses there are.
Yeah, let's try it out. Let's try it out here. So clear the network activity. Just refresh. Okay, and then go to...
Blanker says, bro, I forgot your tech stack. Can you tell me, agent? I think it was Flask Python.
Well, yeah, I usually just use a Fast API, but I'm not really using that right now. I'm using Playwright. Okay, so network. These are just the responses, right? So if we scroll, it loads images. What am I supposed to be looking for here? I'm trying to figure this out. It's just loading that's what I'm saying is like it's loading a bunch of images, but these are just the initial one and the alternate, right? They have because if you hover, you get an alternate image. See that? It's like the secondary one. So you don't get all of the images. So if you want all of the images, you have to.
I think it'd be under Fetch XHR tab.
Oh, here, this thing. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, so this is what we get. Page info. Ah. Okay, so here. Okay, so can we, as we scroll, can we take this response given from our products? Okay, so what's at the bottom of this? Because it has these statuses too, which is, this is what we want really. And then we would be parsing text rather than like relying on responses from network. What do you guys think? What do we think? Okay, so what's the difference here? Why do we have two of these? All right. Oh, so these are just all what's sold. Force fee calculation is true. Links English. So can I ping this URL?
Slow says, I'm not red guy, so not sure how you read those responses programmatically. Slow says, maybe ask Orb.
Maybe ask the orb. Okay. Okay, is there any payload? Like, is it delivering anything? I don't know. Wait, what happened? Oh. So each of their products has their own ID. We could easily do it that way too. Oh, that'd be so nice. Wow, okay. Okay, so hear me out, you guys. Is Depop actually has each of these products having their own ID rather than us having to make custom IDs. So what we could essentially, what this kind of opens the door, if we're able to really just get this information, we could really track this all on the Depop. We don't need to have any like middle, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know. Okay, we got to figure this out though. I don't know if we got to try to keep going here. Let's keep poking around. Okay. So these are the products by attributes. Size filters, category filters. So why do we get, so these are all the sold products, but these are just all products. But what are these? Force. So this says limits and force fee calculations equals true. Products limits 24 and after, whatever that means. This is just sold. So all of these products are sold. True. True. So what happens if I scroll here? We just get more HTML. Okay, so if we scroll the bottom, and we take the final one, is this every sold product? No, this is just what's on this display right now. So it just sends you an HTML of 24, it looks like. Limit 24 of what you're seeing, right? Okay, we're getting somewhere here.
Tim says, how's the pie mic?
Pretty decent, Tim. Pretty decent.
Slow says loads 24 products at a time when you scroll.
Okay. Let's go. I guess we're gonna have to go ask some questions here. Let's ask some questions.
Slow says, wonder if you can change that somehow to make it load a custom number.
Okay. We need to have a discussion. I'm trying to figure out, right now I'm using Playwright to scroll the entire page of my Depop to load all product URLs, and then going one by one and parsing information after and loading each product URL. That is just too slow and it's not going to work. After doing some deeper diving, diving a little deeper, I always I was inspecting like the network responses given back, and I can see some HTML given back of a lot of product information pertaining to sold or not, and but they're all set to a limit of 24 of lazily loading, right? So as you scroll, it gives you back 24 responses or 24 objects in this response. I'm trying to figure out how I can kind of intersect these responses rather than kind of brute forcefully, if that's the way to say it, going through each one. Like, can I just take the response given in JSON and access the components within potentially? You notice that Depop, I assume is what you mean by, is doesn't generate products client side from nowhere. It's just making paginated network responses under the hood, 24 items at a time. When you scroll with Playwright, the front end is really calling an API endpoint that returns product data, usually JSON or HTML fragments. So instead of brute force by scrolling and parsing each product page, you can open your Depop profile page in DevTools Network tab, scroll a few times, and capture what requests are being made and when new products appear. Look for the XHR fetch request, usually something like /API view products, two products or something. Reconstruct the API call. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so you can just try to act like the computer. Just try to mimic the computer then. Okay. Reconstruct. Once you identify the URL params, you can replicate the responses with requests, Python, or page requests in Playwright. No scrolling needed. No way. Okay. Did we write all that crap for nothing? I mean, that was a good little... Alright, let's see if we can try this. Why not? Do I not have requests? What is it? Iterate offset pages into one more zones. Yeah, let's go! What's going on? Okay, so... What's going on? Why can't I import requests here? Am I tripping? Why am I forgetting this? Import request. I don't have it installed? I thought thought it comes standard. Oh, I'm trolling. I thought it comes standard. Alright, whatever. Alright, so let's see what we can try here. Let's just say string is equal to so web API Depop API V2 shop filtered products sold. Okay, no, I don't want to get the sold. Hold on. Interesting. Hold on. So does this give us all products even if they're sold or not? Sold false. Sold false. Sold false. Sold false. Oh, this is just all products on the page.
Limit equals 24 in that error.
It's giving us, it's separating out sold versus available. Right? None of these are sold. Sold false. Sold false. There's the photos here too. Interesting. So these are just all available as well. Sold false. Sold false. So we need to be taking both the available and sold at the same time as we're going through. I was looking at the responses even more. There are brackets wrapped in a little with an I in the middle. So I believe, what kind of responses are these? Anyways, they are separating out with their limit 24 products of available and sold. And so does this require me to have to do 2 requests on each step increment or offset through the page for both of these products as I increase? I could just say while true, just have a loop that says while true, continually increase offset and increase a variable offset and request the offset with a f string into this URL and then take that response back until I get no more offset, and then adding each of the objects into a set via their ID that is given via Depop, and that way, so we get unique objects only. We get all unique objects, right? Something like that. I'm trying to figure this out. You're reasoning exactly in the right direction. Let me break this down step by step with some clarifications. The brackets wrapped with an I. It sounds like you're looking at a JSON-P or a slightly weird JSON wrapper, sometimes return at the start of responses or UID keys inside objects, but the response part targets you like to see. Okay, I kind of mistook what I meant by the. I think it's just this file, like metadata. What kind of file is this, you guys? This little. Depop usually paginates availability and sold separately. Product offset ID, force fee calculation, products force fee. After that, force fee calculation. No, don't show me code. Come on, don't show code. Piece of crap. Okay, anybody have any ideas here? I mean, we gotta try to figure. I don't know. Okay. So, ID and after. What is after? Go to the top of the page. Okay, we get this. User query, no properties, birdie roast close, collect event, sold, lang offset, force, offset and outfits, page info has more info, objects, no. Categories, experiments, upfront fees, very no. CMS gives us some data here, web nav. No, that's not us. Experiments, no. Session accepted.
Slow says if your browser can see those responses, Load Playwright be able to see them too.
Yeah, I think so. So now we have this guy. Aggregates, currency.
Slow says, or are you trying to hit the endpoints directly?
I'm really not sure. I'm kind of just messing around here. Trying to see what I can even do here. Okay, so this last one is just products. I see. Shop IDs and numeric shop example.
Slow says Depop trying to dox too low.
So, this, okay, hold on. Shop ID, language English, offset how page needs. Instead of numeric offset like 24, it's using the last product ID from the previous batch as the cursor for the next request. Your first request, you leave offset ID, which gives you the first 24 products. Inside the response, you'll see each product object has an ID. To get the next page, you want to set the last product's ID as the offset ID. Repeating to get blank. Interesting. So can you, even though, are they blocking it, can we even request it, which is interesting. Web APIs, so okay. So then it says shop ID, filter products, status. So let's go, I don't know, can we even ping this? Let's go response equals to how to use this, I forgot to, shoot. We get the string. Does block you. Interesting. Because you place it directly. User agent except to refer to the measure. So playwright network intersect. So if we say import, right, and we say we have the browser open. You're right, we have the browser open. Then can I say, let me take this guy. Okay, so then let's say we have that open, and let's just say, okay, so in my browser launch, how could I scan for a request? If you're already launching a browser there, you can listen for network traffic capture. Payload, if you subscribe to every request or response that goes to the browser, you can filter the URL patterns. Navigate to your shop page and scroll a bit so Depop triggers lazy loading call. Playwright automatically catches the network traffic. When a match response arrives, you can grab it in its body. So how can you do this with Playwright though? What methods? I mean, hooks and traffic. Page dot on with the response fires every time the page gets a network response. You can inspect a page URL and body. This is what you usually want to capture the JSON that Depop returns. Can you show me an unrelated example? You tell it every time the page gets a response. Playwright. What's it called? It's called responses. Oh, it's responses. Browsers. Hints. Provides APIs to monitor and modify browser network traffic. So context, new context. You can configure pages to load over HTTP as proxy. Page.on request. And we're just gonna print the URL. And then go to that. Oh, interesting. Okay, here we go. Cool. So this is from the doc, so I will copy this. Okay, interesting. Here we go. So subscribers customer response. Okay, so then let me just quickly, what I'm going to do is just okay. Go to
Slow says lambda functions.
start of this. Okay, here we go. Take an example of some of the stuff we got here. Some stuff I got. Perfect, exactly the kind of network log you want. Let's break this down. API call versus assets. Line starting with this, 200 successful responses from the server are outgoing responses you made. Most URLs ending in JPEGs or JSCSS or assets can be ignored for scraping product data. From your log, the key ones are this endpoint that we're trying to capture. Likely returns available products. Telemetry don't need these. Observe your log. Your request to filter products sold. Turn a server timeout.
Slow says damn playwright makes reading responses as just page on.
Yeah, literally. I thought it was gonna be crazy, but just copied it right from the docs. Just 3 lines, page on. Dead. I'm a real developer. Your request. Use page on and playwright filter if these. Call response.json. Okay, so we want to capture these responses, so we'll say I'm going to remove this, and I'm just going to print response here only, and I'm going to remove the on, that one. One additional requirement. Page. This is the function that you perform. Okay, so if slash products in, so we'll keep it lambda and we'll say response this gives us the response. Can we take a list of responses? Res is equals to a list. Can I just response dot append, or I say res dot append response if quote slash sold in response, else I'm guessing this is an iterator. No? Response is not iterable. Ooh. It's not a string. Oh. Oh, it's an object. Request method in URL. Okay, so we'll say if sold in response dot URL.
Slow says in response URL.
Beautiful. Do we say, like, would it be better to say await? No. So then this goes to example.com. We want to print the res here. I'm going to delete this. Ooh. Now we're not getting anything. If sold in URL. Else print none. What's going on? I'm confused. What did I do?
Slow says ice in the docs.
What? Is in the docs? So we say I'm confused. Opened it, got close.
Slow says go to docs and click on the green response. Slow says it gives all the methods. Slow says Dotson is what you want, I think.
It isn't even printing. It's not even doing this part though. Like the on part. That it previously had. Yeah, what the heck? Now it works. What did I do before? So it's this thing? It's deleting? Why deleting this thing? On page, go to... What did I say? Link again. Go to browser. All headers, body. Response.json. Will throw responsibility if not parsed. So if we print response dot body, this is what we get. Oh, sorry. We want a response.json. Is that no different than it was before? Bound method. What does that entail? What you're seeing here is a player return response object for ACID JSON file, not the API JSON you want. Oh, it's a method. It's not a property. Whoops. It's a method we're going to apply to the response.
Omar says, what's this all about? What's he doing?
Hey Omar, we are trying to intercept object cannot use await. So now we I got a coroutine. So we're getting coroutines. So I am getting coroutine object. Memory, right? So out. Coroutine objects is like this. So it's like you're an async response, not JSON, a coroutine, not the actual data that's already seen coroutine object. Oh, so data await oh, sorry, I thought I did. You put it on the inside of the function of the. My bad. I'm trolling, dude. It has another requirement though. So you have to keep a data await page. So await page. So how do you use this with the JSON? With the page on? Page on JSON?
Hikai Ankup says any advice to become good at coding?
I'm trying to do that myself, dude. Just join me. We'll try it together. Welcome, dude. Welcome. Data equals to for each response.
Slow says drink coffee and have a gamer chair.
So I'm curious. So this is how I am getting responses, but you're wanting me to iterate? I don't think you can.
Jim says, Mike, you need a gamer chair to complete the gamer setup.
Use an AC function as the handler. So we'll say async lambda, or say what?
Hikai Ankup says, have a nice day, Groher. New subscriber.
Nice. Thanks, dude. Await response, no. Await JSON dot. Do we await response dot JSON here? No, that doesn't work either. That was gonna be async here instead of lambda response. So what does a response return? Page on. Okay, so we'll say await page.on an event
Slow says lambda is like an inline function.
Oh, so it does need to take a function as the second argument, and that's why they have the lambda there. Gotcha. So it does take the event of, so if we go back, of the response. Now let's put in a function here that it wants to call. Check response. And then can I define, just really quickly, given the response, we're going to give wait, so you say check response, so given the does this give us a list of responses? No, so this gives us a response. So if I say print,
Slow says if we're just passing the function as an arg, you won't call it right.
so does this return a value? So what is this page on? The page on handler. Callback handler. Response object. Okay, so we'll say, well, where's the response? How do you pass? What do you pass? I'm so confused. How do you get the response? What do you do? So you just say page on response, check response. You say print great.
Scripts Serpents XSWSG everybody.
Troll right there. So if I have this async check handler, so let's say it's not even printing URL data. Let me just say print response.url. Okay, that worked. Come on, we got somewhere. Oh my gosh. Oh. So there are no souls. That's why we got nothing. So it's just giving me JSON. Oh, interesting. I guess I'll just scroll to the bottom.
Slow says WSG.
Yo, Slow, what's going on? What's going on, Script? So, responses.
Slow says Mike is hacking the mainframe.
So we should say maybe these should be requests, not. Should these be requests? Back on the mainframe.
Script Serpents X says I'm currently doing a bug bounty program, so wish me luck.
You don't have any requests?
Tim says don't get iPad Pro. Script Serpents X says me.
So it's all the responses we're
Tim
getting.
says how much clothing do you have, bro?
All the responses are .js.
Virtual code says yo WSP.
I do scroll.
Ray says hello Mike and everyone.
So let me print, what is the type of this? Maybe it's not a string.
Slow says what about print? Response Jason.
Response, request, go to link. What happened? Why isn't this working anymore? Check response. Print the type. Oh, I guess let me print URL. Not even getting that anymore. What the heck happened? What did I break? Oh, it's request. Okay, there's the response URLs. You do have to scroll a little bit.
Scripts or Pensec says how's the coding journey been, Michael?
It's been good. Now you're getting all of them. So now what if I print, now that I have this, I'll print the type of URL. Stir, so they are strings. So let me say if sold in response dot URL print response dot URL.
Scripts or Pensec says have you worked on your website at all that you made a couple months AHP?
I have not. I've been working on other projects and mainly the MIT 6002 course we've been doing. How you guys been liking that course? Are you guys taking that course alongside me? Okay. So if sold in, let's print response.json. Coroutine. Come on. Still getting this coroutine object. Coroutine response.json was never awaited. So we'll say await response.json. Yes! Okay.
Adele says, hey Michael.
Okay, we're tapped into the mainframe. We're into the mainframe. Oh my god. All right, we got it. Let's go. Okay, so now.
Adele says this looks fire. Adele says no clue what it is.
Hey Adele, what's going on, Mike D? If you guys are here, smash a like. Smash a like. Okay. Purchased. Okay, so these are all the sold.
XXS, has anyone done bug bounty program?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say sold equals to a set, or we'll make a list, okay?
Adele says first thing I do every stream.
Oh, okay, hold on. So we might have to. Nice, Adele. Love that. Love that. Love you guys. Love you guys. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna filter if sold in there. Elif quote product. Oh, if slash product. If slash sold in response URL. Now we could definitely speed this up. This is really slow. This is doing a double iteration over the string, which is not that great. But so we could definitely speed it up, but it's okay for right now. So we're gonna say no. Sold, available, right? We're going to, instead of printing, well, this will give you all the objects, if the JSON objects are the exact same. So can I make these sets and then just append, just add these. Okay. And then what if we print oh, so hold on. This is in this function. It'll just add it inside of this function. So I guess, do I have to, like, unfortunately, just for this purpose, do I need to like global the sold? Say sold equals a set and global avail, and then access those. And so then if I come here, after I close the page, browser close, can I print sold and can I print available? But let's just print sold for right now and see what happens. Scrolls to the bottom.
Await JSON equals response JSON.
Unhashable type dict. Unhashable type. unhashable type, dude. So I can't add a dictionary to a set. Okay. Okay, so we'll say this. We'll say. Now, what does this look? These look like? So here, sold. Where's an object? Hold on. It's hard to kind of read here. So where does an object start and where does an object end? Here is photo. These are photos. Has video, false pricing. So what if I say item number? Is there an item number? Let me look up number. We'll say item. Item. No. So pictures. Slug. Status. Pricing. Has video.
Product instances from the JSON. Then add those to a set.
So we just need to filter by right? Yes, create product instances from the JSON. So yeah, we could create listing instances from the set. Yes, exactly. So now, but can I filter on? How can I get this to print out prettily? Is there pretty print? Pretty print? Let me, instead of adding let me pretty print this JSON object. Pretty print is a module. Pretty print. There goes one. Okay, here we go. Aha, Mike, come on, you got it. Okay. I'm coming up to solutions here on my own. I'm feeling good. Okay, so we pre-printed this JSON object. So pricing, this is all of pricing. Okay, sizes, slug, so preview, pictures, description, category ID equals 100. Sold status is reduced final price. This is pricing still. Preview. So where does a JSON object start and one end?
Says writing to a file might be cleaner than reading JSON in terminal.
Yeah.
Slow says, and you get that that sweet syntax highlighting.
Okay, so we are this. I think this is an object here.
Adele says, "Whoa, something reads our comment."
Yeah, you close and start. Ah. Okay, so it doesn't have like a...
Adele says, "If you want, you can copy and paste the JSON into a JSON file. Right-click and do format document. It will make it look clean and it can help."
Oh, that's a good actually hack, Adele. That's actually a really good hack. Just take it, copy it from the terminal output, and just put it into a JSON file here. You don't even have to write it into a file. You can just paste it in. It's actually a pretty cool hack. Okay, so then let's see if we can clean this up with... Will this format? Hold on, let me... Why is this doing this? You have to use double quotes. Oh, you do.
Adele says, "Right-click, format document, and I think some extensions also help, like with Prettier."
Now let's go find and replace all the single ticks with double ticks. No, oh sorry, whoops. We could probably just find and replace all. How do you do all? Aha. What is this, null? Okay, so this is what we're getting. ID. There is an ID. Oh, come on. Yo, Adele. SS Low. Good hacks. That's such a good hack, dude. I didn't even think about that. That's such like a program. That's like a when they talk about like little coming up to new solutions. Nice, dude. All right, so this means that we can just filter off of these responses. Let's go.
Adele says.
All right, that's so sick. Okay. And you're right, we can just create objects right off of this right now. Oh, that's so sick. And then add them to the set. Oh, yes, dude. That bypasses all of the other stuff. Let's go. Okay. Here we go. Leave a like. We're cooking. Okay. Okay. Should we not use globals? Should we try to figure out a different way to do it? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we have this response.json. We're going to create a listing or say sold, or we'll create a listing is equal to listing is equal to subathon. Yeah, we gotta put should I make a goal? We can make goals and things. I can do this. Actually, let's do this. I saw someone do this on YouTube, and it was kind of like a good it was kind of a good little like not like hold on. It was oh my gosh. All chat. Create a new
Tim says that
poll.
3K Mike will go to Vegas and bet 3K on red.
Are you subscribed?
Tim says vlog with the voice.
Yes. Love this channel. I am ashamed. No.
Adele says when your community gets big we should throw a game jam or hackathon.
A hackathon? I've tried to do a hackathon before, but no one contributes, you guys. I built like 80% of the stalker by myself. No one helped me out, you guys. You guys are bad teammates. Trash teammates. We're my hackathon teammates. Oh my gosh. Come on, you guys. I set up all the class structure. I set the entire GUI framework. I built the entire accounts page. I built all. Need some help, you guys. I'm drowning. At 3K, we're gonna have a gaming stream. We're gonna play Counter-Strike and League probably. I haven't played League of Legends in a long time, you guys. Oh boy.
Adele says, lol.
Hold on. Okay. Okay, so we're going to create a listing object. Right. We're going to create a listing object. What do we need to do? Okay, let's bring up our test here somewhere. So there is no There's no title. You just have a description. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. Okay, so there is a lot of good info here, but some stuff is missing, like the title, etc. It's a very typical structure to get a Depop from Depop API, partial product object. Some fields like description, pictures, pricing, and sold are included, but the title is often not returned. Depop splits product data across multiple endpoints. Sometimes returns summary, info, listings. Other endpoints return full listing details, title, wages. So maybe we just need to change the endpoint, rather, right? So instead of just checking for just sold, so let's go to our Depop here. Oh, because there actually is no title here. Oh, crap. So maybe I could just... Okay. I see why. The listing grid only shows a preview image and the pricing. So there is not it. So the response is not including all data. Do you think there is an endpoint we can contact for all the information for a product, given the ID that we have in this initial parse? We could just extract the ID and add to set to include all unique, and then contact each JSON response for each ID for full info endpoints. That's the strategy I'd go for. You essentially describe a two-step Depop scraping workflow that avoids loading the entire listing grid slowly. Summary endpoint. Use the shop or category endpoints like products/filter products to get the lightweight JSON. This gives you the ID and all this information. Store each product ID in a set to guarantee uniqueness. Once you have an ID, you can call a single product endpoint to get everything. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. This is fun. This is fun! Sorry. I have a chat here that Adele sent that I don't have on the... What? That's a LOL. He said, Michael, elite callouts. Everyone stream into it. Someone send a chat. Oh, I'll send a chat. I can do it. Yo. What the heck's going on? Yo. Uh-oh. Why isn't my chat working anymore? Yo. No, my social stream stopped working. Refresh. Let me retry it. Select live sources. Pop out chat. Copy. Okay. Paste that there. Activate. Here we go. Let's say yo. There we go. Okay, we're back. Say yo one more time.
Michael says yo.
Yeah, okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so let's say sold and available are here. We're gonna say if response.json. So we'll say, here we go. Response JSON is equal to response.json. We're gonna say if, or we'll just say, yeah, we get the response in JSON. Then we need to say sold.add our JSON key of ID. And then we're going to go available.add. We need to await. And then we're going to add
Adele says, does chat work now?
Chat be working now. Chat be working now, Adele. Hello, hello. What you guys been working on? Tell me about your progress. What you guys are wanting to learn. What you guys have been wanting to focus on. What have you been focusing on? Tell me more about yourself and your goals. Speak them out. Manifest them. So actually what we can do is just say listings, or say Depop listings.
Adele says, Recipe app using HTML,
equals
CSS,
here. We'll go
and JS.
global.
Working on the home page RN.
Depop listings. Nice, dude. Send a screenshot in Discord. I'll take a peek. I want to see. Depop listings, and then we'll add.
Tim says goal. Get a job in 2 years and then recruit Mike. Tim says manifesting.
If sold or slash. If sold in response.url. So we'll do this. URL is equal to response.url. If sold in URL or quote slash product in URL, right? Then we're going to create a response and we're going to add that Depop listing.
Adele says, Tim gonna be startup CEO in San Francisco.
Depop listing, and we're going to add to Depop listings the ID, all unique IDs, right? And we're going to say, we'll say it'll silently add it, right? So now what we'll do is at the end of this function, right, I'm going to print the length of Depop listings, and this should be like 284 or something like that. Key error ID. So I'm getting key error ID when I search into this JSON. Okay, so this gives me, this gave me a JSON response of a bunch of key objects, right? And so what are the keys of each object? Well, it's a list of objects. So we'll say, so is the JSON a list of dictionaries or a which is a list of dictionaries. Each dictionary is one product object. So we say, we get the response, and we say, for object in our response, in the JSON response, we're going to Depop listings the object ID. Must be type integers, not of type str for ID. Type error, string slices must be integer, not str. String indices. Okay, so this is thinking that it's a string. So what if I say print just the object? What do I get here? Meta products, meta products, meta products. If I print our JSON, what do I get? right? So I get these JSON objects. How about my tunes?
Slow
Yes,
says
Tim.
BJ are only the keys.
I'm not sure.
Slow says for key, Valen Richardson.
Okay, so yeah, so we'll say for key value in our JSON. Well, let's print type our JSON. Class is a dictionary.
Amazon says cool man.
So the class is a dictionary for our JSON. So print our JSON dot. Let's just print the keys. Meta and products. Okay, so let's print our JSON. Oh, maybe the meta is the title. Okay, so that's just getting the offset as you go down the page for the metadata. Okay, so that's not what we want. So let's go to the actual product within this JSON response and print that. No way. I just did this. Products. There it goes. Okay, so there's all the products. Cool. So now we're going to go JSON products. We'll say if. We'll say products JSON, or say products JSON product dix is equal to this. We'll say dot get products right, else none. We'll say if product dix, right, then we're going to say for product in product dix, we're going to go Depop listings dot add the product quote ID. If there is no product dix, we're going to say, let's just see if that happens. Okay, let's try it. We can set up some arrow handling later. Okay, no errors so far. Not bad, that's a good sign. Come on, go all the way to the bottom and print the length, which is 280 something. Yes! Oh, you guys can't see. Woo! Yo! Let's go. You guys gotta leave a like for that one. Let's go. We got them all. Yes. Woo! Ah-ha-ha.
Slow Slow says, capital W.
We are a real. Is this like? Now, from you guys that are actually experienced in this junk, is this like real like work? You guys, is this like something you would actually like?
Slow says mainframe equals hash.
Is this something that you could actually like? Is this like a feasible practice? Like, obviously we're getting better with like syntax. Like we were able to really work through these JSON dictionaries and use debugging skills like type, print debugging, like a lot. Like we were able to work through this before when we were using JSON response with our API calls to SpectroSim on the PubChem. We took us like hours to sort through that because we were just like really unfamiliar. But we were able to get through this with our little hacks here pretty easily. All right, so now we're getting all product listings, which is crazy. So we bypassed all this. Holy cow. Look at that. We just refactored this entire code into this right here. Into like less than 10 lines. We refactored like 20 lines. Well, not yet actually, because we have to go and actually get the information from each listing. So probably another 10 or so, 15 lines. But we got rid of all of this. Holy cow. Let's go. All right. Feeling good, feeling good. So if sold products, say, we'll print, we'll say found, found product, found product API URL, or found listing, we'll say this. Found Depop listing API URL. Right, and we'll say product dictionaries. So if there is sold, else we'll say, well, we don't need to say anything. If we have product dictionaries, when we have products within this URL, we're going to print, for my purposes, print found products within Depop listing API URL. Response, right? Found products within Depop. We'll say found Depop response. I'm just going to add some \ns here. For products, we're saying, and then what we'll do is we're going to say after each loop of products through the URL,
says hi.
We're going to say print, or I'll say n here is equal to the length of Depop listings, and I'm going to say print current. So what I'll do actually here is I'm going to say this. M is equal to the length of Depop listings. N is equal to the length of Depop listings. I'm going to say print found, say Depop product, or Depop listing, or say Depop, listing API parse successful. Successful is it 1 L or 2 L's? Dude, why can't I remember that? No way. Successful. 1 L. Troll. Depop listing API parse successful. We'll say \n found or
What GitHub says, I just started learning
on each
Python on
pass.
Brilliant like a week ago.
API parse was successful, and then we'll say found, and we'll take the difference of n less than m, right? We'll take the difference of those two variables, products, new listings on with it on what is it called? It's the offset, current offset, right? On current offset, found new listings on current offset, and then at the end of the total things, we print total listings found. And then we'll just say we'll say current total listings found is we'll say equal to, and we'll put n here, and we will run that. Okay, let's see what happens here, you guys. And then what we're gonna do is say here at the bottom, we'll say we'll say we'll say run complete \n. I'm gonna say \n here. We'll say Depop listings. Okay, and let's run. Here it goes. Okay, found APIs 96. We'll go back through and we'll check it after it runs. This is good. This is good. Woogie says, I just started learning Python on Brilliant like a week ago. Oh, nice, dude.
Max says, you.
Anon, what's going on, my guy? Hey, Woogie, thanks for joining me, guys. Okay, let's go back and review what we got. Okay, so we open, we scroll. Oh, hold on. Now, okay, here we go. We open. So we open, we read the previously used item numbers, which is fine. This is kind of my other program I wrote. We open the browser, we open the page, we open the link, we print 175, which is the current scroll height. Found Depop listing URI, API URL. We found some URLs. We found products within the URL response. So found Depop API URL. Here. got that twice? Oh, because there were no products within. So there was no products. Product X. Okay, so then we parse. Depop listing API parse successful. Found 24 new listings on this current offset. Total listings found equals 24. Now we found a Depop product. We found products within Depop listing API URL response. Oh, because it printed both of those URLs found at the same time, and the two that were found. Oh, got you. It doesn't do one at a time. It does both. Boom, boom. Found two URLs. Boom, boom. On the responses, and then does both. Got you. So both of these correspond to these two here. Okay. All right. So Depop listing API parse. Now we found 24. Then we found 48, 72. 24 new listings found, 24 new listings found. Because remember, each offset increases by a limit of 24, so it's working. Woo! Found 24 for 120, 24 for 144, 168, all the way to 284. Yes! Scroll complete 284 Depop listings parsed. Dude, this is so awesome. We are like programmer.
Alex says, were you having issues due to robots TXT?
Robots TXT. What's robots TXT? Nice. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so what's our goal now? Now that we've done this, we need to open up, or we need to get a response now. So I'm going to take this check responses function and I'm going to move it down. Right. There we go. All right. Okay. Cool. So now that we have that, what do we need to do now? Now we have all the product IDs. So I don't even think we need to include this anymore because we're not even using unique IDs, which is kind of funny. Get out of here. Oh. Okay. What next? What next? So we need to, I'm hungry. I need to get a snack, you guys. Let's grab a snack break. Quick snack break, everybody. 1 minute, 2 minutes, grab a snack. All right. The Costco double chocolate muffin. It's so good. Okay. So now that we have these, We need to parse each product. Okay. 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 So we need to get a JSON response for each product ID found on the Depop, found in Depop listings. Okay. So we need to call product slash Okay, so let me go here. Let me go to my Brave browser for Birdie Roasted Clothes, and let's actually click on a product and see what kind of response we get. What kind of response we get. Here, boom. Here we go. 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 Okay, so feedback, date, rating, product, preview, author. No. So these are similars. Okay, so it gives you like additional recents, right? Okay, on the page. This is American Vintage event. Okay, so what we get? Accessories, bottoms, sweaters. So this is a feedback. Thank you so much. No, it's not that. Extended. American Multi-Men's t-shirt. Here we go. Pricing. Seller reviews, sizes, ID, quantity, name. Beautiful. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this stuff. Okay, so this is what we need. Is let's copy this URL. Right, it's not, it's similar category.
Max says I see we're not using cursor.
No, I don't really use AI to... I write all the code myself. I use AI to learn and learn more about what I'm doing. If you go back and watch this stream, you'll see that I'm just kind of... I'll ping some information, like trying to learn more about this. I've never done these like network stuffs, but I've written all that we wrote here. We looked up in the docs and wrote and whatnot.
Max says you'll move so much faster.
No, it's not about speed. You got the wrong idea. And I think you have the wrong approach. If you're trying to learn. If you're trying to churn out product, maybe crappy product, then okay. But we're just trying to learn here on the channel. Okay, product title. Okay, got you. Beautiful. Attributes, pricing, sizes. Okay. So that is the endpoint, right? Come on, stop with the code. So that endpoint is exactly the kind of full detail you need. Returns the info. Okay, so that is our endpoint, right? This link. So what we'll do is I'm gonna just put this here. So this goes to product by slug. Okay. And so now we need to put in the slug right here of each product. Interesting. So can we go product by ID? I wonder if that is an endpoint. Can I do... No, I don't think so. Interesting. So this does it by the slug or the URL. I have IDs right now, so I guess I should be maybe going by slug or do, because this is, no, or do they have a ID endpoint? Right, the endpoint you just showed me works by slug, but not by numeric ID. Depop usually has a separate endpoint that works for product ID, such as product ID extended, something like this.
How to fetch product.
The exact path might vary depending on API version. Using the ID actually is cleaner. Okay, so maybe we just need to figure out if we can put the go by. Can we put ID here and go ID? Right? And go like this.
Every company uses different endpoints. You need find what Depop uses.
And so if we say so Playwright has so we can say, do you say page or say no? What does the request do? Page.request, API testing helper filter this function. This method returns the same context as sends browser context request on the page context and browser details. So do you use Playwright? Page.request? Yes, that's exactly the right tool. Page.goto or page.request.get URL or post. Oh, okay. Page.request .get and URL. Put in this here. Okay, so we'll say for ID in Depop listings. Right, we're going to say page.request.get and we're going to say this. Now what if I just ping just this? And I'll say response is equal to this. And I say print response.json. Let's see what we get. Expecting value. Shoot. I just print the response. Ah. forbidden. Interesting. Okay, so we might need to go by slug. Okay, that's fine. So what we can do it really easily is, well, this will be fine. I already kind of had an idea what I wanted to do when this came about. Let's go into our listing object and let's add in a slug. And this is going to be of type stir, right? Or none. I'm going to say self.slug equal to slug, if slug, else none. Okay, so that'll add the slug to our class, and then what we can do is we are getting this is what's going to happen. So I want to save into check response, right? I'm going to go like this. So test JSON. This does it have a size of slug? Perfect. So we're going to say object is equal to here. We're going to say quote ID is going to be equal to product ID, and the quote slug is going to be equal to product slug. Okay, and then we're going to add this object to the Depop listings. Okay, and so then what I'm going to do is really easily, I'll use that request via slug URL I gave it earlier. This guy. This is a public endpoint. I'm going to get this. So this would be for object in Depop listings, right? We're going to go in here and get object quote slug, and then we'll say for object here, but I need there you go. This will be object index of key of slug. Okay, so this is the result. We're going to print array to row.json. Okay, dictionary to a set. Okay, so what we'll do is we will add okay, let's just go by the slug then, I guess. For product and product dicts, we're gonna add product slug. And here we're gonna say for slug, we'll just say slug here. Okay, it's finding stuff, good. Good. Affecting value line 1, column 1. So let's just print the response. Oh, my ear itches. All right. Show me the money. I think we got it here. No. Forgot about the responses. Okay. Okay, so we're still getting forbidden here. Oh, it's not even the slug endpoint return for both of these. You open the URL manually in the browser, add active cookies and session tokens, be ready for this meeting. Use browser context and playwright that's already logged in. Page.context that could be some inspected. So we'll say page.context on cookies. Print page.context cookies. Context. Those are the cookies from your browser context. This explains why the request fails with 403. The API expects some of these cookies to be present, especially session identifiers and anti-bot tokens. Key points from your list. Activity, tracker, persistent session ID, likely used to track your logged in session. CFBM and CFUVID, Cloudflare bot management anti-bot cookies. SSID, probably another session or user ID. Might be related for tracking / auth cross-linked services. Direct API requests without these cookies will 403. To successfully hit the by slug or by endpoint ID endpoints, your request must include at least the session-related cookies and possibly Cloudflare cookies. Using Playwright's browser context is a simple solution. Trying to manually copy cookies in a separate HTTP client is possible, but you'll also need to replicate users like open a logged in browser column. Launch Playwright in normal headful mode. Log into Depop manually, or use a saved session. Navigate to the shop or listing page. How can I allow for wait to log in? This is player page. It doesn't close the browser. What? Interesting. So there is no product title. There's none of that. Well, maybe we don't need it. But I think you need the correct headers when making the request. What info do you need from the product pages that isn't in the response data from the main page? It doesn't have the title. That's about it. Hey, thanks for the follow along. I appreciate you on Twitch. Thanks you so much, dude. So anyway, without login, Depop's private endpoints include the full product JSON or slug by ID endpoints require valid session or authentication. Why login is required. So why am I able to ping the home page? Endpoints. Check responses. So why am I able to get the responses on the home page? Summary. The home page or shop grid loads a summary JSON for each product, like preview image, price, sold status. This is considered public-facing data. Depop intentionally allows these summaries endpoints without full authentication. Full product details are protected. Endpoints like product by slug extended include full descriptions, sizes, shipping costs, variant details. This is sensitive/private data, so Depop blocks unauthenticated requests. How the browsers use it. When you visit the homepage/shop, the browser requests a summary JSON via XHR fetch and renders the product grid. So hold on. So could it be that because I am opening up the browser, scrolling on the main page of Birdie Rose Clothes home, which has just a grid view of the products with limited information, I'm getting out the information accessible on the page, and then I'm calling to a GET request for the extended of the responses. And because I'm doing that in a headless mode, kind of like a bot, is it detecting me as a bot? Grid view versus extended JSON. The grid view home shop page only loads summary data, images, prices, sold status. That summary data is public facing, so Depop server lets anyone, even unauthenticated, fetch it. Extended out endpoint. The extended endpoint returns full product details. Depop protects this data for several reasons. If you try to fetch it outside the normal user flow, they will block it. Headless browsers are often flagged by sites like Depop. Full product JSON is gated. Doing it headless without a logged in browser triggers 403 because the site detects it as a bot or unauthorized request. There's a URL to the main product page at least. That way maybe you can do HTML scraping for the remaining data, individual product page. Interesting. Thank you, Arrow. Thank you, Slow and Insomniac. Okay, so they're saying that. So here we go. Let's talk about this. I'm learning a lot here. I've learned a lot through this session regarding network responses, like network get these responses and like packages. I've learned a ton about how this is working here. So this is a big session. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, so Birdie Rose Clothes is public facing. This homepage is public facing, which means that if we refresh here, it gives us this, we're getting out the sold products and we're getting out the products. So the sold is the sold and the products is the available. Those are the two endpoints here that are public facing. So this products here endpoint and this sold endpoint are public facing. Now, the only thing that's a little annoying here is that we're missing one piece of critical information. Everything is here except for one thing, and that's just the item's ID, or not item's ID, the item's title. Everything is here but that. So look, the product has an ID, a description, a slug, a URL, preview images for different sizings, right? So we could take the full size, we could take, right? Pictures of different sizings, videos, pricings, which we need, sizes, sold status indications, brand IDs. We could get the brand easily by querying the brand ID for this specific ID, and the category ID by querying the category for this specific ID. But we just don't have a title. Now, can we parse it? Maybe it's in the HTML. So let's see here. Let's go to elements. Let's go here, right? So this has image lazy loading, offset, photos, container, just photo. Is it in a different div here that has the overall product in it? Okay, here. Okay, here's the link to the actual product. Do we have a reference, like some sort of ID indicator here for the title of this listing? So this is the first line item. This right here is where you first get into the item. Okay, so it's a button, sortable, sizes, container. No, I'm not seeing, because then you have the price div right here, and then you move on to the next item. You're only viewing the responses. Have you checked what you're sending to them to get those responses? We did the requests, but it didn't have any, like, what kind of information would I need out of the request? Okay, let's go here. Let's say, so the title for this is American Vintage Men's Multi. Okay, so American Vintage Men's. No. Shoot. There. I got around the 403 on Depop by using the JavaScript console. What do you mean, Aurora? I don't know if you can use that or not for what you're doing. Yeah, I had that's what I had before. So here, I'll show you guys. So this is what I had before. Oh shoot. And be a slug. That's right. So if slug equals none, so then we have hold on. To have log item numbers. Oh yeah. I thought I did something with this. I can't remember. Oh crap. Whatever, I'll see if it works here. If something breaks, I'll fix it. What was that? See, I've already written that. But it's just so slow. It has to open up each page. Right, I've already scraped. Ah, crap, dude. What do I do? RJSON equals, where do I have that at? I remember writing it. This. We check. Colon. Check response. Okay, so I got around 403 on Depop by using the JSON. So you would make a list of all the product links on that shop page and make requests for each one. Okay. Does Playwright allow you to use a console? I'm not sure, honestly. Product ID is internal. This is closer to how I would do it, to be honest. Won't be exposed to the front end. We were distributing your product pages yesterday, right? I imagine you can do that again to get the remaining data, but maybe using Beautiful Soup 4 so it's faster. You're spawning a new window, not a new tab for each page. You're using headphone mode, not headless. Playwright's only needed for the main page because it needs to scroll. Once you have the product URLs, you can use fast scraping with Beautiful Soup 4. Okay, so what's happening now is we're opening the browser. We're opening up a new page in that browser. And then we are scrolling to the bottom of the page. I'm going into with my product URLs. I'm going into the selectors and I'm getting all of the line items and the URLs from them, basically the slugs, the product slugs from the HTML, right? Right. Rather, I could write it with this other way we've done it now, right? With this JSON response, because this gives you back all the slugs, so we could do it that way, but either or. Right, we're getting the product URLs, and then we are visiting every page of each product with a new page in that said browser. Now the thing is if I run so can I say new page? Can I say, is there a mode? Is there a view? Is there headless? Can I open up this new page in headless mode so I don't have to view it? Right, because right now I just have it doing the first 6 because what I did is I had my lady friend go in and put in item numbers into the first 6 so we could get item numbers, so that could be our anchor point between our website and the Depop is this item number. But now we know that Depop, right, uses item numbers in their own way, so we could just use that rather than using our own custom generation of a 6-digit item number, 3 alpha 3 numeric, right? So we're opening up every page. Right, and then what I'm doing is I'm just getting out using I'm just parsing the HTML with Playwright right now, rather than so if we say new page, is there a state? No. Viewport, screen, JavaScript enabled, bypass, time zone, permissions, credentials, What do you guys think? What you guys think? Huh. Kind of at a dead end here. What should we do? What should we do? So we're getting all of the URLs, and now we're parsing each of the individual pages. Extract HTML or JSON and do the data clean and find the product ID. The thing is can I someone send me a messenger? Yeah. Aurora Store. Yeah, exactly. We got that endpoint. We're able to access that one that you sent on Discord. It just, that one doesn't have the full, I think, get 9% from the responses while scrolling main pages, then the 10% for scraping product pages. So is there a way though that I can speed up this without, opening up each tab? Because if I run this in true, this doesn't run. It blocks me. See, it blocks me when I run it headless. I feel like the product ID is in the image URL. Yeah, so the image URL. So the only thing we're missing is this title. They just don't have it on the front. Okay, so here's what our options are. So we can, let's refocus here. Getting kind of tired. We've been streaming for a while and coding. So we can go through the initial page and extract out with the scrolling 90% of the information. After B1, whatever the number is. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so that's probably the idea of the product. Yeah, no doubt. we're already getting the product IDs. We're just trying to get the title. We can't get that from this response that we get out front here. Right? So this response gives us the ID, gives us the description and the slug, right? Gives us picture previews that we can access for various dimensions, gives us pricing, gives us sizes, right? Actually, it gives us a list of sizes, but we don't have a list of sizes. Bro, chill. We're just thinking about it. It's a chill Sunday. We've already been coding for like 3 hours straight, writing all this stuff. Okay, so we have parsed the page. So I'm trying to think of what do we want to do here? How do we want to do it? Is that I'm kind of at a crossroads. I'm just trying to, because whichever way we go, we're gonna have to really just go down that way. There's kind of like no going back. So I'm trying to really process how I want to do it. I'm kind of losing my train of thought here. Let's see how long we've been streaming for. 3:30? Oh boy. Yeah, definitely time for... Hey, what's going on, BK? How's it going, my guy? Welcome back in. BK. Have it your way. So Depop currently blocks basically any headless activity via its bot protection. And if I use any sort of request other than the public facing request for what is on the home page in the grid, I get denied. So, and I get about 90% of all the information I need from that initial front page, homepage grid. I'm missing like the product title and some, sizing details. So I guess I could continue to open up each page to gather out the remaining information, but it's just currently slowing me down. So I guess is my option then to it doesn't let you. I'm trying to because we can't run in headless mode because it'll block me no matter what. If I take a screenshot right here after browser open, I get 403. Allow public access to summary data. Block any automated scripting or private extended endpoints. You can get 90% of the data from the home shop grid. Anything beyond that, full product details, it requires manual page widgets. Stick with the summary JSON from the grid, except that you might need to infer or skip a few missing fields about full title or sizes. Those are key though. Open individual product pages in a logged in headphone browser. Because it's like, the thing is sizing and stuff is like pretty key. The thing is though, is like the product title and sizing information is pretty key information to have cross-referenced across our website and the Depop. So unfortunately, the 90% is just not enough, as the most prevalent information is not being extracted. So now I'm currently opening each new product in a page. Is a page equivalent to a new tab or a new, let's say, Chromium instance that is not a browser? In Playwright, a page is essentially a new tab within a single browser context, not essentially a simple Chromium instance. Okay, yeah. A page is one tab in the browser. New tab. You can open up a new page per product to get the full JSON. Okay, so then what if we instead just say we don't open up a new page, we just visit that page. So let's go let's go product page is equal to browser new page right out here. Then let's say URL is here. We'll do product page.go to here, so we don't open up a new product page every single time. How does that speed it up? Let's see. We go through all the way to the bottom of the page. Okay, so page.go to our page. Browser's been closed. Okay, so on each loop we're closing. Page.go to target page, context or browser has been closed. Okay, yeah, we do close the product page here, so I will not close the product page. I'm pretty sure Beautiful Soup 4 doesn't run a browser instance. It just requests a raw HTML and parses it, which is very fast. Okay, so this is a little faster, definitely a little faster, right? Definitely a little faster. I would say that was almost twice as fast in terms of just instead of opening up a new tab for every page, just using the same tab every single time. That was definitely like twice as fast, for sure. Now, are you able to open the new pages in headless even though the browser is head full? Yes, in Playwright, the head full was set at the browser level, not per page. If the level hmm, interesting. So what you're saying, Slow, is that we could use Playwright to scroll so we can gather all. Let's see here. Is there a way that we can maybe So I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can do this without actually opening up each individual product page physically. Like, can I get a request using like Beautiful Soup for just the HTML of each product page? And then can I parse the HTML of each product page? Or do I have to actually physically visit that page, let the HTML load, and then take it from there because of the bot protection stuff? Does that make sense? Just requesting HTML with something like request plus Beautiful Soup, you can fetch the raw HTML of a page if it statically serves statically. But Depop relies heavily on JavaScript to render product details. The product title, sizing, description, extended images are often loaded dynamically via the XHR/fetch calls after the page initially loads. If you do request.get of the product URL, you'll likely get the shell of the page HTML/JavaScript, minimal static content, and no dynamically rendered product data because that only exists after the JavaScript runs in the browser. Why you usually need a real browser. Playwright or Selenium can launch a headful browser, log in and maintain session, load the page with JavaScript executed, access the DOM or network response for the full product data. This is essentially what Depop expects a real browser session loading the page like a human would. Alternatives to visit each page physically. You have a few options, but all involve simulating a real browser somehow. Use Playwright to intercept network requests. You don't have to render the full page visually, but can capture the XHR fetch calls the page makes for the product data. So that's what we did before, but it just wasn't enough. Persistent cookies. Log in once in a headful browser, save the cookie or context, then use those cookies to make authenticated requests with Python's request to produce JSON. Depop may still detect bot-like patterns. Hybrid approach. Locate the grid first. Only open a browser's tab page for products that you absolutely need full details on. Bottom line is just fetching the HTML with Beautiful Soup alone won't reliably get full product info due to JavaScript and anti-bot protections. You either need to use a real headful browser to let JavaScript execute and access data, or carefully replicate a logged in session for authenticated API requests, which is tricky because Depop blocks headless/bot-like activities. So slow. I think the issue is we can't just from the home page submit a request for that product page link. So I can't. So there is no way to use Beautiful Soup to say get the slug of each product and get the HTML because I will be blocked with the 403 because it's not actually a real browser instance. Is that what you're saying? That's correct. Depop expects a real browser session. The product extended endpoints have dynamically rendered HTML check for session cookies headers. Requests coming from plain Python requests with Beautiful Soup users to fetch lacks these signals, so Depop sees them as unauthorized. You can use Beautiful Soup on the home shop because the page is public and doesn't require login. You can parse preview pages. You cannot reliably use Beautiful Soup to fetch product pages without using a real browser session. Those pages render content dynamically via JavaScript, and protected API endpoints require authentication. Okay, so let me try this. Can we open up a product page in headless mode rather than a single, this. Can I open up this product page? Can I open up this product page in headless mode? No. Let me do link open. Let me do page dot screenshot, and this goes to now. I'm gonna quickly, just in case we get a error here, I'm going to hide my screen. Okay. Yeah, if the HTML isn't static. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out right here, is if we can get HTML, or can we even open this up in headless? And if we can't open up just links of these Depop links in headless, I don't even know if we can get it with Beautiful Soup 4. So, let's see. Um, yeah. We've been blocked. So you can't even open up a browser and okay, so I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna say just this. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'm gonna delete this. I'll come back now. Okay. So just this, trying to visit a product page alone without head full will 403 on the screenshot. Exactly. If you try to visit a product page in headless mode, even if you take a screenshot, Depop will almost always return a 403. Undetectable. So even with BS4, I still need a headful browser instance to load the HTML. And even get an initial response. Exactly. The core issue. Beautiful Soup itself only parses the HTML. It does not fetch or render JavaScript. If you use requests or the URL lib to fetch product page in HTML, Depop's anti-bot system sees the request as non-browser and returns 403 forbidden. Even if you get HTML, the full content, it loads dynamically via JavaScript, so it won't be present in the raw HTML. To actually get that HTML, you need a real browser session that executes JavaScript. Then you can either let Playwright render the page and extract the DOM, or two, intercept the XHR fetch response for JSON data while the page loads. So yes, Beautiful Soup 4 alone can't bypass this. You need the browser to convince Depop it's a real user visiting the page. Oh, wow. Kind of a bum sesh. That kind of really puts a damper on our ideas here. Repository? Repository? Browser use repository? You want to say browser here? I had a black screen because I took a screenshot of the 403 request and has my IP on there. Not that you guys haven't seen it before, probably. Oh, gotcha. All right, interesting. So that does put a damper on that. So we are forced. So we did write this part um, that will, you know, do those response checking for the main page, but it really doesn't serve us because we still need to open up each product page individually no matter what. So for the first 6 products, we open them up, we scroll the whole page, and for the first 6 products, because I just have it set to that for testing right now, we open up each one and extract out its information from the title to the size to everything. The only thing we're missing is the pictures, so we still need to do the pictures. There they all are. Yeah, interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, using simple request module, I get a 403 status code. Yeah. Hey, Shrouded, what's going on, my guy? Y'all have to check it out, Insomniac. If you guys are here, leave a like, leave a like, leave a like on a stream. If you guys aren't subbed yet, let's try to get to 2870 here. We got 4 subs. Can we get 4 subs? Give me 4, give me 4, give me 4. I start calling out like a auctioneer. Okay, so hold on. I'm trying to think of. I'm not doing anything though with this item number. Right, I'm not doing anything with these item numbers at the moment. Loading it. So let's go Control F here. Used item numbers. No, I'm not doing anything with them. Anywhere, okay. I have it written in though. So the whole goal here, you guys, is that I want to build a website for Birdie Rose Clothes. It's my girlfriend and I's small business where we curate and sell vintage clothing at a very affordable cost. It's very different from we differ from our competitors because a lot of our competitors that sell vintage or clothing or resell clothing, their markup and margins are just astronomical. They're just like so crazy. Like, I mean, vintage clothing, you can find very good deals on clothing and secondhand, used clothing because it's fairly cheap, right? At, relative to, some products out there like Goodwill. You can find some things from all the way from $1 all the way to like $10, sometimes even a little bit more for crazy items. And so then if you people some people like try to flip these items for like 30, 40, 50, 60. I've seen some people try to flip vintage items for like $100+, and I think that's just trash. So I really like vintage clothing. I think A, the quality's better, B, the designs are better, and C, I like the era of the styles that I grew up in. So that's why I like it. But I don't like paying an astronomical premium for clothing. At the end of the day, it's still clothing. I mean, yeah, it's there's supply and demand and things like that, but at the end of I'm not trying to rip people off. So how we differ is that our pricing is really, really good. Is that we really try to just keep kind of like almost like a break even business model, kind of almost like a nonprofit in and of ourselves, kind of similar to like a Goodwill, to where we really just try to provide our customers with vintage clothing at an affordable cost, just as we would like that as well. So our margins really are substantially less than our competitors, but I think that does help bring in some more customers and more loyalty in our business case. Now, why are we doing this? Right? Why are we writing this? Well, I'm trying to transition this company into more like a tech-based kind of software format where a lot of this stuff is kind of automated. If there's a lot of manual approaches to these things, me and my girlfriend, we're going to get burnt out because we have other passions. She's a professional dancer. I'm a professional chemist. So we have other things we do 9 to 5 every single day. Um, and so if I can try to automate this process as much as possible and get this kind of, you know, um, business into kind of a more tech software established company that sells vintage clothing, I think that'd be pretty cool. That's my goal at least. So, what does that entail? Well, I think the first step is to kind of get a website. Well, everybody has a website. So, how can we make it different? Well, on my website, I don't think we need to serve our customers a checkout option on our website where we have people buy things there. We don't need to do that. There's platforms that do that for us, and there are platforms that already have large customer bases of vintage, customers, such as Depop. So Depop, right, we've been using it. We can just post items on there and use their platform to have people check out and buy things. They handle all the sales, returns, all that jazz, and shipping. And so, yes, we do post, stuff on our Instagram for the exclusive like drops that happen every once in a while for brand new items, and we handle the shipping that way. But for everything that doesn't sell, we offload onto the Depop for like kind of like our mass platform, and then and then their clientele can sort through that. So if we have a site that can basically mimic one to one what our Depop page looks like, we can then use our site to get Google traffic, like SEOs, search engine results, like use Reddit to like use strategic marketing skills and that I have thought of to help increase our exposure, right? If you look up Birdie Rose Clothes Depop on Google, nothing comes up. Depop's search results on Google are garbage. No one finds anything. You can't find your profile, anything on there. So we need to have a middleman serve as our feeder to the Depop for our customers. So if we have a website that can have some scripts on the back end automatically track what is currently on the Depop, kind of like honestly like a repository, like a snapshot of what is on there, and then mimic that one to one with our website, we can feed people into the Depop. Now we could even maybe write onto the front end like the collection and generation of carts on our website, and then those carts are created on the Depop, and then we feed people in there, and then you already have everything created. I don't know, that'd be kind of cool as well. Like if we had a script like that. So like, you know, as well. And I have some other ideas of some other kind of products that I want to offer on the site, such as like a swipe, kind of like a Tinder swipe, but for clothing. I think is a really cool idea where you can swipe like or dislike on our clothing items that we offer on that are one to one with what's on the Depop, and you can have a collection or a bucket of your liked items versus unliked, and by physically swiping and interacting with them, your chances of buying go up greatly. I think another cool product that we could offer would be like a style randomizer or an outfit generator where it would take a top, bottom, and other various things. You could add on some, top, bottom, and some other things and click randomize. and you would get a random outfit generated based on what is currently available on the listings. So I think that would be a cool product as well. But yeah, we're currently on step one here, trying to link up and actually get all the information off of the Depop page. And so what we did today is we did some diving into what is actually available to us via these responses and requests for the home page of the site. And we've come to find out that the only thing that is public facing is that initial user page, like that home page with that grid view. And we are missing some key information such as title, size, out of the response that we get on that grid view from the JSON. So what we're having to do is go down through our page, scroll down, let everything load that is lazily loaded, right? Let everything load that is lazily loaded. Gather all of the links that we parse through the HTML. Go visit each product and extract out its information. So you can see on the right side of my screen, we get American vintage, there's size, condition, type, and item numbers. And the item numbers are being extracted out from the descriptions via kind of what is in there with regular expression. Now, the item number is kind of crucial because that will be our linkage between these different platforms, right? So now I could use Depop's item number already, but I could use Depop's item number, right? And how would I do that? So if I get the item number, I would have to use the response from the initial page, right? So I would have to use this response here. I would have a slug and I would have an item number from this response. I could then bypass this because I have a slug and an item number given back to me already. I could then yeah, that'd be a good idea. Do they have a reseller partnership? I don't know. I might need to reach out to them. Someone mentioned that they have API. Yeah, so someone mentioned before that you might be able to contact them and ask for a key. So that's what I might do. I might try to reach out to them and ask for an endpoint to my page so I can get some information from them, from our products. Do you think that they would do that? Do you think if I contacted Depop support as a seller on their platform and asked for a token to get direct access to my product page information, that they could set that up for me? Is that a common thing that they do? You know, companies like this do for their customers, or is that pretty taboo? If I was registered as like an official LLC, would it be more like professional, like, or yes, that's actually a reasonable approach. An official API access versus scraping. Many platforms don't allow scraping because it can cause bot detection issues, overload servers, or violate TOS. but platforms often provide official API access to sellers or business accounts. They can give you structured access to product info, sales data, or inventory. Usually requires authentication through token, API key, or OAuth. Getting a token through official channels is completely legitimate in Voice 403s. Likelihood of them providing. Larger platforms like Depop might have a public API for developers to know. Sometimes read-only or limited private seller APIs if you're a verified business or a high-volume seller. If you approach them professionally, especially as a registered LLC, it increases the chances. Asking for a token is not taboo. Huh. Interesting. This is getting kind of crazy. Oh, I'm tired, you guys. I'm tired. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Holy cow. Holy cow. So what is our next steps then? What's our next steps? Well, I need to reach out to Depop to see if I can get access to a key. I need to decide if I want to use Depop item numbers or custom item numbers made in-house. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that pop get repo on GitHub, but I didn't know how to use it. I didn't know how to use it. I really didn't know what it was. Info for Depop devs. To release a new version of the... I think this is for internal. A simple no bells and whistles REST API client option to support async requests. So what is this? Let's see. What is this? Is an open source Python library developed by Depop. Its purpose is to provide a simple declarative REST API client for interacting with Depop services. The library is designed for Python developers who need to make service-to-service requests within Python's infrastructure. Declarative syntax offers a straightforward way to define and execute API requests. Allows for asynchronous optimized operations, which is beneficial for handling multiple requests concurrently. Primarily intended for internal use within Depop's systems. While the library is publicly available on GitHub, it's important to note that it's tailored for internal use within Depop's infrastructure. If you're an external developer or seller looking to access Depop's product data with their platform, this library may not be directly applicable to your needs. That's what I thought. It wants you to sign in with internal creds, right? Even though the repository is public, PopGit is designed for internal Depop use. You would need internal credentials to authenticate and make requests. So you'd get stuck whenever someone places an order through your website and Depop actually may not have the item available. Well, no one would place an order ever through my website. That's the thing, is we are serving as the feeder to the Depop service. So we are just a mirror image of what is currently available. And if you click on the link of the image of the item, it opens you up to Depop. It takes you away from birdierose.com and takes you to the product listed on Depop. There is no checkout period on the site. We are just a way to get traffic in Google search engine and feed it to the Depop. I just need to get a mirror image of what is currently there and reflect it to the site and then update it every so often as people buy things on the Depop. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. So we'll probably have to reach out to them, right? We'll take that avenue. I'll email them and see what they say. I mean, we currently have a script that's working though, right? So we do have a script that works. We can go on our page. We're not going on using scraping anybody else's data. All of this data I have given them, so I have the right to take it back. It's all my images, all my descriptions and stuff. So I'm just taking what I given, and I'm taking it back and I'm syncing it up with my website. Right. I own the Birdie Rose clothes, so that is and this repository is private. So but if I do make it public, that'll be a requirement in the licensing, is that you can't scrape any page that isn't your own, just for protections as well, right? So we are able to scrape each page, go down, gather all of the product information or product URLs that are offered through the lazy load, and then open up each one and extract out the information thereof. So for the first 6, we get out all of the relevant information we're needing, and we're able to make a listing object and actually print out that listing object. Now, the only thing we're missing here is the images. So I might need to use this response here that we got. The only thing is, how am I going to know that this image from this response links up to the slug? Because even if the slug changes between each run, even if the URL changes between each run, as long as that new URL that is picked up from the JSON response matches the URL that was picked up from the product parse, we can link it together and then apply those images from the JSON response onto the listing. Right? What do you guys think about that? That's my process. All right. Ten to 20 tabs at a time. How do you open up multiple tabs at a time? Are you saying 10 to 20 different browser instances? I can't loop through different tabs at the same time. I mean, I'm using async await, so I'm able to do something like that, right? But I can't say open 20x with one button push. Let me see here. How can you open multiple tabs and do operations at once across all? Or does operations in parallel, but there's some special practical. Playwright, a page equals a tab. You can create multiple pages and so on. Each page is independent. You can run async tasks across pages using async io.gather. Example, open multiple pages, assign each page a URL to visit, run await task concurrently to fetch the process data. So opening up 50, maybe we can do 10 at a time. Opening up many times in parallel may trigger the anti-bot protection measures. Okay, so if I open up 6, so let's async io dot gather. What does that do? Is Python async utility lets you run multiple async tasks concurrently instead of waiting them one by one. Normally, if you await tasks one by one, Python waits for each to finish before starting the next. With async io.gather, you can start multiple async operations at the same time, wait for them all to complete together. You define several async function tasks, visiting page products. Okay. Show. Okay. Okay. Show me a unrelated code snip. You download a file, delay. So to download a file. So you tasks is to download file for all I in the range of 5. So you download 5 files. Async. So the download file simulates downloading a file with a random delay. Async IO gathers all of the tasks and runs all 5 downloads at the same time. So let's say product page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll say 6. Okay. Or we'll say yeah. So if we say we want 6 pages, and then for each product page, so let's just do this. Pages is equal to await browser dot new page, right? We open up 6 of these. And then define parse product page given product page product page dot close. So product page ah, how could I turn this into that? So I'm trying to run the async io.gather, which is a function that will be applied to all of the objects in the list at once. So we have a bunch of pages. We have a bunch of pages. We're going to run download file. So 5 tasks. We're going to run download file function 5 times. I want to see. What it kind of would look like. So then, for this, how could I do like 6 at a time? Create list of pages, 6 in your case. This would be actual worker tabs. Assign URLs to the pages. So these will act as your workers, your browser tabs. Assign URLs to pages. Instead of looping through URLs sequentially, when a page finishes processing, you can pick up the next URL available. Huh. Curious. Let's see if it can show me a little example. Create a queue of URLs. Async def. Okay, so we need. Okay, let's go back up. So we have pay prefix. We have. Let me go back here. Okay, so we have product URLs. These are all the product URLs we're going to get. So we're going to go to a new page. Create a list of new pages. Create a list of 6 pages up front. Okay, create a list of 6 pages up front. Okay, so now we have product URLs here. Pages. Create the new page with 6. Can I go to a thing right away? Oh, I'm trolling. I'm getting tired, you guys. I think I'm done. I think I'm done for tonight. I'm gassed. Okay, so we need to, come on. So we just need to, we have 6 pages that are all on a list. So we say, okay, let's do this. So let's do this. So async def parse product page given, right? We're going to give a page a full URL, a index total. Okay, we're going to parse product page. Go to get rid of this. Index. Bring this back. Product URLs. So this is full URL. Await product page. So this is just page.goto index. And then this will probably be total, right? Index total page return page. Okay, so we have product URLs, which is a list of product URLs. A prefix here, we're going to take back. We're going to call this will be because we have a prefix. Scroll to the bottom. And I call parse product page. So we need a list of pages. So we say pages is equal to browser dot new page. And we're going to do this for in range of 6 So a list of pages, and we're going to say for page in pages, right? Page in pages, what the heck? Okay, so we're gonna have to loop over the product URLs for 6 product URLs. So for I in range of 6, we're going to call, we'll say here, tasks is equal to here. I'm going to say, we're going to call parse product page given pages index of I full URL equal to prefix plus product URLs index of I index equals to I and total equals to the length of product URLs. To parse the products, should we loop over the products? Parse product page. And parsed product page. You append the parsed product page wait for all the tasks to finish, which is just call async or wait async gather tasks. Unpack the tasks list. Call browser close, run complete. Okay, it goes through 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 11,000. 59. New page. Yo, let's go. Yo, we got it. Okay. Okay. Nice. Holy cow, this is a big stream. Thanks for staying in here, or sir, I'll see you later. 2 a.m. You be grinding with me, my guy. Good on you. Pat on your back, pat on the back. Okay, so it opened all six at once, and then wow, that was so cool. Opens all six and parses them all out. Wow. Nice. I thought it would spawn tabs, not whole windows. I don't know if that's possible though. Okay, let's ask. It's spawning whole new tabs that are outside the window. When you spawn multiple tabs on viruses that pop outside the browser. Every browser new page opens in the same browser window. Uh-oh. Huh, so if I say I'm gonna give it this guy here. Right now you're using the same pages list. Tab per product page. No, so it's the pages are floating on top of one another, not nested in the browser. Browser context. So I need a context of the browser. So browser context equals browser dot context page equals context dot new page viewport. Go to this link. Now I call browser new page context, new context. So open up a new context, then go context new page. Oh wait. I'm tired. Okay, so what are we doing? We're opening up a browser, opening up a new page and going to Birdie Rose Close. We're scrolling to the bottom of the page and then we're gathering all the URLs. We're printing that the URLs were gathered. We have a prefix and we're opening up 6 new pages. We're opening up 6 new pages and creating 6 new tasks to complete all at the same time. Gather the tasks list. Append parse product pages, which goes to the full URL Oh, okay. So we put the context back. New context. Right, we put the viewport here. We go context, new page, and then we go context there, new page. Await browser new con. Okay, that opens up there. We scroll. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. Nice. Okay. So now let's make sure we know what's going on, because we did have to get some AI help. So we're opening up a new context within the browser, which is kind of like its own window of the browser. You have a Chrome browser, you open up a window of the Chrome browser. Then you open up pages within the window. So then this is page, new page, page open, link open, scroll to bottom, page complete, part of that page. So then let me go here and go page.close. So we'll close this original page. We'll go, this is called home page, we'll say, right? Home page. Homepage.close. Now we're going to open up in this same context of this browser the prefix. We're going to create 6 pages, and then we're going to create 6 tasks to perform all at once. So we have parse product page is go to the full URL given and wait until all of it's loaded, and then print that you opened product 1 of the total. So it said product 2 of 6 of 84 opened, locating product, right? Got it, gotcha. Okay. We then do all the querying and stuff, and we print the listing. We're not returning anything here. Unless you don't get a URL or no item number is found, you exit out early. So this is just going to run these 6 tasks. So then get product URLs. Scroll to the bottom of the home page and get product URLs on the home page. So I'm a little confused on how we are pending tasks from the parse product page, which is just printing out the product information. So because it's async def for the parse product page, how does it know to do all of these before moving on, like in the next line item? I'm a little confused how it's doing all 6 of these runs, but waiting to do so until all 6 pages have been, I don't know, it seems really confusing. Async def defines a coroutine. You call an async def function. It does not run immediately. Instead, it creates a coroutine, a promise to run eventually. So nothing actually has happened. Okay, so we run this. We loop 6 times, queuing this function to happen 6 times. We have 6 functions that will happen at a later date within this tasks. Like they're pending, basically. and then we hit this, it unpacks them and runs them all at once. Create task schedules it. When you wrap the coroutine, so I create 6 new pages and I don't move on. Wait, no, I await. And so I create 6 new pages and then I preload parse product page across all 6 of those pages into a tasks list and unpack that task list all at once with async IO gather. You create 6 pages with browser.newPage. At this point, you have page objects, nothing's run yet. You schedule work by wrapping parse product page inside the async IO create task. I don't though. I don't use create task. Passing coroutines directly to async IO gather. Product page returns a coroutine object, not running yet. When you pass them into async IO.gather, it schedules them all concurrently and waits for all of them to finish. You could do a task equals to async IO, create task, and then append that task. Because async IO can accept either plain coroutines, wrap them as tasks internally, and run them. So this is basically the same as this. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Then I'll say, okay, some of my print logic for following gets out of order then. Because you're using async IO gather without create task, all the coroutines start running concurrently as soon as they gather is awaited. Each coroutine yields back to the event loop where it hits an await, so they keep interleaving. This means your print calls inside this function are not guaranteed to be order. Page 0, fetching 2 finishes the network, done. Page 0 finally finishes. Huh. All right. Add what do we say? Add response events. Okay, so interesting. So what do I need to do from here then? Okay, so now that I've got a chunk of 6 products being rendered all at once and read, this makes this process a lot faster than just one by one. So I just need to basically do this across my entire list of products in chunks of 6 to 10 to avoid bot detection. Or what are some next steps? No code. Right now you prove that the mini batch concurrency for each slice, fire them off concurrently with gather, then wait for them to move the next slice. And this avoids hammering the site while still being much faster than pure sequential throttling your pace. Even while batching, you don't need to work like a scraper running full tilt. Add tiny details between batches and randomize. You don't want to look like a scraper running full tilt. Add some delays between batches to make them random, so you don't look robotic. Okay. Okay, so then, okay, we need to think this through. So what is next? Like what is next? So we have 6 products that have product IDs in them that we are currently testing on right now. Give me the information. I'm parsing the entire page. So I don't need to do this. So I'm getting the URLs. I'm closing the home page. And then opening up and running parse product. Page.go-to-document. Parse product page. Can we do that? And then we print the listing. Okay. Cool. Headphones are dying. That's my cue. That is my cue. Okay, so I'm trying to think, do I want to use the Depop item number or my own? I'm trying to decide if I want to use the Depop item number or my own custom item number and the pros and cons of each. If I use the Depop item number, I can use that to access. Well, I don't know. I really don't know if there's any benefit to using the Depop item number. That would make it so I don't have to use the item numbers in the descriptions, right? Item numbers and descriptions. I don't know. I really am like not understanding what my goal here is. Guaranteed uniqueness. what is the con? Like my, okay, so if I am trying to say, okay, I have images of this photo, or I have images of this product. This product ID is this guy. I parse the page, and it has a product ID. I got to think about this, you guys. All right, you guys. Thanks for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. We got a lot done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye, guys.